There for Guru Maharaj. No, deities. Not altar.
Altar का उसको बोल लेके चलेंगे इधर
I saw some.
That inspired other devotees all over the country. It was a competition, and that competition sometimes was ferocious. Devotees even said, well, we're going to come to Atlanta and check this out, and see what's going on here. And devotees came. One devotee, big book distributor, one of the biggest book distributor, Trigger, he came, went out to the airport, and several other devotees, and then one day we did 3,000 books. 3,000 20,000. And what a moment that was. So Atlanta has been the scene of some tremendous things. But Joe Prabhupada's presence, as he sits here today, means so much. And we have to keep ourselves focused and realize what it is that brought him the greatest joy, and that was distributing Krishna consciousness. So we distribute books, and there's something else that we distribute that is so wonderful, and that's prasadam. And that's what's going on today. Everyone has an opportunity to take Krishna prasadam, relish it. Understand what it really means. That's Krishna. It's not different. So I'm going to end here. Ask all of you to chant Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol.
Next, I would like to request a very special devotee, Jayapataka Prabhu. His Grace Jayapataka Prabhu ki. Actually, Prabhuji is very humble. Jayapataka Prabhu is very humble. He did not give me any introduction, but Balabhadra Prabhu fortunately told me a little bit about Jayapataka Prabhu. Balabhadra Prabhu told me that actually Jayapataka Prabhu joined Iskcon before him. And when Balabhadra Prabhu joined, Jayapataka Prabhu actually taught Balabhadra Prabhu how to distribute books, how to go on Nam Sankirtan.
Haribo!
Yeah, he was a Sankirtan leader for Iskcon Atlanta at that time. So we have with us His Grace Jayapataka Prabhu, and I request Prabhuji to please enlighten us. Hare Krishna.
If everyone would please accept my most humble obeisances, and please forgive my offenses, especially God brothers who are here. And I apologize in advance for the wrong people. When it was announced that Srila Prabhupada was coming to Atlanta, there was a mood created. Atlanta had a good mood anyway, because there were so many activities going on, like our David was talking about. But when we heard that Prabhupada was coming, all of a sudden, everything became amped up more and more. The whole temple was practically renovated, and Prabhupada's quarters were made special for him. And I was fortunate enough that at that time was selected to be in the very famous play that was performed for Srila Prabhupada. And about that, the thing that struck me the most about this play that was done was the attention to detail that Gopalaranjan Prabhu and Aja Prabhu had in how this performance of this play would take place. And then at the end, where Lord Chaitanya and the Kazi are talking, and there's a whole scene here, and the devotees are standing around, listening very intently to what Lord Chaitanya is, how he is instructing the Kazi. And there is a painting on the cover of one of the Chaitanya Charitamritas, and it looked just like that painting. The costumes were the same color. There was how the devotees were posed around listening. It was just like that painting. It was absolutely incredible. But that little attention to detail was done in absolutely everything that happened when Srila Prabhupada was here that weekend. So for me personally, we had gone out, Prabhupada's coming that day, so we had gone out to the airport, some of us, and we were distributing books waiting for Srila Prabhupada's plane to arrive. And as I remember, we were dressed in carny clothes at that moment, distributing books, and then we heard that Prabhupada's plane's coming in. So as soon as we heard that, we went and we changed into our dhotis. And in those days, if you didn't have a dhoti on, especially in the temple room around doing the temple service, you were like the lowest dog. You are not respected at all. Somebody was going to chastise you for that. So we changed it to our dhotis, and I was it's all in that airport if you want to know anything about it. I was in Eastern Airlines at that time in the morning. The plane's coming in, Prabhupada's coming in on Delta. So we changed and we ran down the concourse to where Prabhupada's coming in, and he was ahead. The plane already landed, he'd already gotten off the plane, and it was first time I saw Prabhupada. The concourse from one side to the other was like all saffron, so many dandas from the sannyasis, and in the middle was Prabhupada, and he had so, I could barely see because he had so many garlands that were stacked up, and Prabhupada had to hold his head way up like that so that he could see how to walk through the airport. So Balamanta had made arrangements that they would take Prabhupada on a long ride through Atlanta to come back to the temple so that all the devotees could get to the temple before Prabhupada arrived. So we got back to the temple and we're waiting for Prabhupada to come in. And I was standing on these steps that are still right out here when the limousine pulled up, and there were some devotees standing on the porch here, and I specifically remember that my brother Jita Krota, he was standing on the porch beside Radha Mohan, and I was standing on the steps, and the limousine pulls in, Prabhupada gets out, and the devotees on the porch could see him. And at that moment, Jita Krota's face, it took on this whole like agony, almost agony look, and then his whole face exploded, and these crocodile-sized tears came shooting out of his eyes, out over the porch rail, out into the yard, and I was seeing it, and I was just like in Krishna book or some book where they say they were stunned. I was stunned to see that how this manifestation of love for Prabhupada, this ecstasy had come over my brother, and he was experiencing like that. So also, I had made a plan that at that time the temple room here was small. So I knew there were going to be so many devotees that to be able to be anywhere near Prabhupada, it was going to be difficult. It was going to be a task. So I had thought ahead. And my plan was, you see this column right here? My plan was that whenever Prabhupada came into the temple, that I would stand on the other side of that column with my shoulder up against it. That way, I couldn't be pushed from this side, and if anybody was pushing on the other side, they could only push me up against so far, and that way I would be able to be as close as possible to Prabhupada when he was here and sitting on his Vyasasana. So I wanted to try that out. And there weren't so many devotees here yet. Prabhupada first came into the temple. So Prabhupada comes in the door, and I'm standing right beside the door, because I'm standing right beside the column. So I'm going to test this theory out, and I'll be able to get that close to Prabhupada, and nobody will be able to push me out of the way. So I'm standing right beside the door here. Prabhupada is coming in. Someone takes his shoes off, and Balaman's and the sannyasis, they're coming in to take Prabhupada up to the altar. And one of the devotees says, "Here, hold these." It was Prabhupada's shoes. So he handed me two of Prabhupada's shoes. So immediately I'm thinking, dust of the lotus feet. I got to get the dust of the lotus feet on my head. So I'm looking over Prabhupada's shoes, and it had been a little rainy, and everybody else probably had at least some leaves or something on their nothing. There was nothing on the bottom of Prabhupada's shoes at all. They were completely immaculately clean. So I thought, I got to get how to get the dust. So then I took each shoe and I ran my hand all the way up in this shoe, and I felt around up into the toes to try to find just one little grain of anything. There was nothing. So finally I decided, well, surely I picked up something. So then I took and put on my head. And then Prabhupada came and he sat on the Vyasa-san, and almost he made his remark, and almost immediately became ecstatic, and he left. So then I handed the shoes back, and Prabhupada left and went to his quarters. So one of my services to do when Prabhupada was here was to assist Ramana Sukha in the kitchen. At that time the kitchen was just right here, and in the room. And so I went in, actually back the truck up just a little bit. One very important thing happened before that. Gokula Ranjana, Mahashakti and myself, after Prabhupada went to his quarters, we went down to the driveway to clean out the vans that had gone to the airport. So we went down to clean out the vans, and in one of the vans, we found, they don't make them anymore, but they used to make grocery bags out of paper. It was a big paper bag, and it was full of samosas. So we found this bag of samosas, and what's this? I said, oh, the devotees were supposed to take these samosas into the airport and to distribute them when Prabhupada came in, but they had just forgotten them. So we were thinking, these were for distribution, so I took one and I said, Prabhu, would you like a samosa? And to Mahashakti, Prabhu, would you like a samosa? And then go to Ranji, would reach in and go to me, Prabhu, would you like samosa? So I don't remember exactly. Gokul says it was, we honored at least 10 or 12 each. So after, there were still a few left. I felt bad we were taking them all. So we said, okay, we'll take the rest up to the temple and distribute to the devotees. So we did that. So then I was to go to the kitchen and help Ramana Sukha. So I went in the kitchen, and at that time some other devotees were starting to come in, Radha Damodar devotees were coming in, and there was a devotee whose name was Sri Lim, was with that party. He came in the kitchen, and he asked Radha Sukha, he says, is it okay if I make some prasad for Prabhupada to hand out to guests? So he said, sure. So he made galabjamins, and he made this great, huge pot of galabjamins, and when he got finished, he took them up to Prabhupada's quarters. So I don't have personal knowledge, but this is legend. The legend has it that those pot of galabjamins was taken to Prabhupada's quarters, and a little while later, somehow, even though there had not been guests, or very many, somehow all the galabjamins gone. So eventually, one of the devotees asked Prabhupada, what has happened to the gluttons? He said, Prabhupada, did you eat all those gluttons? And Prabhupada very sheepishly, as the legend goes, replied, me? I'm just an old man. How could I take so many gluttons? So, then when Prabhupada came back into the temple to give class the next day, I tried out my theory of standing here. It worked. I was able to be that close to Prabhupada while I was in the temple and giving class and teaching the song and all like that. But when he was doing arti to Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada, I was in the kitchen helping Ramnath Sukha. There were several of us in there, and there was this kirtan going on that was just amazing. And the door was very close to the temple room at that time. And it was like just 6 feet away. Prabhupada's doing arti, and there was this fantastic kirtan going on. And we're in the kitchen cooking, and one by one the devotees started leaving. And every time someone left, Ramnath Sukha would say, Prabhu, please, please don't leave. Please stay, please stay. Serve in separation, serve in separation. And so finally it was Ramnath Sukha and myself, and it was just getting so intense. I looked over and I said, Prabhu, I'm sorry. I gotta go. So it just so happened, even though there were so many devotees, when I came, there was a door there, and as I came into the temple room, there was kind of a little path there. And so I came in, put my obeisance, stood up, I'm practically standing right beside Prabhupada and Balamantra. And they were discussing something. And going like this. And then all of a sudden, Srila Prabhupada, who had been offering the conch shell with water, just all of a sudden he goes, and the water, there was no little pot for him to pour the water off. So Prabhupada took the conch shell and he went like this, and the water just came out like a waterfall and went right down into Tulsi Devi's pot. It was the most wonderful thing I have ever seen. It was amazing. So I was glad, felt sorry for Ramnath Sukha that I left the kitchen, but I was so glad that I had, because I wouldn't have been able to see this most wonderful thing. So many most wonderful things happened when Prabhupada was here. And just a few, I don't want to take a little time. So that's my personal memory of Prabhupada. And I was saying earlier, and Chardeshna also was in this same vein, that we're here today to honor Prabhupada. And it's not just that we can honor Prabhupada in some way. It's actually that everyone, no matter who they are, no matter where they are actually, can honor Prabhupada in the topmost way. And that is by doing something that he asked everyone to do, which was to chant Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. 16 rounds every day. This was his ask. The only thing I know that Prabhupada asked was that everyone chant 16 rounds of Hare Krishna Maha Mantra every day and be happy and go back to doing it.
Is what I call a Prabhupada man, Balabhadra Prabhu. He is always steeped in the teachings of Srila Prabhupada, very non-critical, never criticizes any Vaishnava, very humble, and whatever basics that Srila Prabhupada taught, chanting 16 rounds, following the 4 regulative principles, reading Srila Prabhupada's books, Balabhadra Prabhu personifies. all those teachings. He practices them and teaches them. And one of the projects that Balabhadra Prabhu has done, which is very dear to my heart, is Srila Prabhupada was an excellent musician. Many of us do not realize, but I have heard from great authorities that Srila Prabhupada was how to play mridanga from Balabhadra Prabhu. So Prabhupada had different mantras of mridanga, and Balabhadra Prabhu knows them, and he's teaching mridanga to the third generation devotees exactly how Srila Prabhupada used to play. Balabhadra Prabhu wants to preserve that legacy of Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada's mridanga playing. So that is a very wonderful service Prabhuji is doing. So I request Balabhadra Prabhu to please take over. Hare Krishna.
Namaste, Saraswati Devi, Gauravani Charani, Mirishesha Srimivadi Krishna. So Jagarja left out one small part of the pastime of Prabhupada and the water and the tulsi. I think you were probably still in the kitchen, you didn't hear it. It's another legend which Balabhadra Prabhu disputes vehemently. He said it didn't happen. So what happened was when Srila Prabhupada was offering the arti, when he got to the water, he said, "Give me a bowl." And Balabhadra went, "Haribol!" "Give me a bowl." "Haribol!" And then he poured the water. But if you tell that story of Balabhadra, he goes, "That didn't happen." And I'm standing right behind him, I know it happened. I'm so blessed that the arti tray and the stand that Srila Prabhupada used to offer the arti, I purchased that. That's not the end of the story, because brahmacharis don't have money, at least in the old days. So we were selling incense. I was working with devotees selling selling spiritual sky incense in South Carolina. And I saw this beautiful teakwood stand, brass tray. So I called my temple president and said, "Balabhadra, can I buy this?" He said, "How much have you collected?" I said, "5,000. He said, "You can buy it." So I brought it back. This is before Prabhupada came. I had no idea. We didn't know that Prabhupada was coming. So Krishna made that arrangement. So when Prabhupada did that arti, it was on that tray. And I was just looking at it thinking, wow. Krishna made that arrangement. Beautiful brass, beautiful teakwood. So Srila Prabhupada's coming here is, in my humble opinion, the most significant thing in the history of this temple. That's my opinion. Shared by many. So we're all here, and I'll say it in such a way as one senior Prabhupada disciple described one time about the location where Prabhupada came. He said, "We're so fortunate to come to this holy place." And when that devotee says that, I can feel the energy. It brings tears to my eyes to hear that. We're all so fortunate to sit in this holy place. I analyzed it many times, how much money we spent to go to India, to go and touch the ground where some acharya had been. Am I correct? Yes. We go to this dham, that dham, we touch the ground. I remember Jayapataka one time in Mayapur on Parikram. He said, "This spot," and we're looking at the spot, "is where Narottam Das did something." It's just a few bricks. We're like, wow. We all bowed down and taking the dust. This spot is where the founder Acharya, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, came and cried. You have to understand, that did not happen in many places. Several things that happened here didn't happen in many places. One of which is Prabhupada offering arti for Vyas Puja to his own guru. And we're still fortunate to have that painting in the back. That's the painting that Prabhupada offered the arti to. We actually stole it from New York. They loaned it to us, and after Prabhupada did arti, we said, "No, where's going on?" So it's there. So this place is very special. Historically speaking, the Atlanta Temple started in 1970. At that time, there were no other Hindu or Indian temples in Atlanta. There was only one Indian store in Atlanta, not like we have Patel Brothers and all that. One store, if you remember, Lex Enterprises. It was on, I think, Juniper and 8th Street, downtown. And we were on 13th Street. So there was nothing, just the temple. And it was Janman Jayapataka and Tardadasi and Jayasena, just a few devotees who started this project. And they were living in different places. At one point, the devotees were homeless. They were trying to save some money to get a place. So then, Janman Jaya tells all the details of that. So then, I was fortunate. I don't know how it happened. I was a musician playing rock and roll music and, you know, everything that goes with that. And one night, I stayed with some other musicians and friends in this place, I mean, whatever. And the next morning, I woke up. I walk outside, there's a white van and some white people. And I'm looking, going, what is this? That's the first time I saw the voice, 1970. I didn't know what it was, but I saw it. I was blessed. So then, when I joined this temple in 1973, it was on the behest of this devotee. This is the first devotee that I met. And I met him downtown. He was actually a bhakta at that time, from New York. I didn't know all that. So I'm standing downtown waiting for a bus, and this person comes up, and he says to me, Hare Krishna. And I say, what? I don't know what that is. So then he convinces me to buy a book. At that time, I had just maybe 35 cents in my pocket to take the bus home from work. I said, I only have this much money. This is the Sankirtan tactic. He said, give it, God will help you. I don't know.
He said, you show me the money, and being a New York City boy, you know, a little fast thinking, I grabbed it and I said, look for God, brother.
So that was it. And then after joining, I was like, wow, this is amazing. The very next year, 1974, is when I saw Srila Prabhupada in Chicago. I got initiated. So then, 1974 is a historically important date for this temple for several reasons. And I confirmed it again with Georgi Prabhu. I confirmed it with Gokul Ranjana, Bhalavanta, Tardadasi, Tatiksha, many of the senior devotees. When were the deities installed here? Because as I said, Srila Prabhupada cried in front of these deities. Now let me correct something that people have been saying. Srila Prabhupada did not install the deities here. Many people say, Prabhupada installed. No, he did not install. He named this temple. But he did not install the deities. So then, at that time, 1974, Gaur Purnima, Gaurnitai were installed. And I mentioned to Georgia this morning, that's the first day that I picked up the Vedanta, that day. So next year, which is what, 2027, right?
No, 1975.
What is next year, 2024? 50 years. Installation of Shri Gaurnitai. They are the first deities, installed deities in the entire Southeast, period. There were no other temples, nothing. These were you have to understand how significant that is. All the temples we have now, Shakti Mandir, the Riverdale Temple, IACA, all the temples, those people started here with these deities, and Jantibai and all of our senior members. So next year, you all have to get into the right mood. It's the 50th anniversary of the installation of Gaurnitai. The following year, 2025, I already got a phone call from Balalanti. He said, Balabhadra Prabhu, what is the plan to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Prabhupada coming to Atlanta? And that was a year ago. He's thinking so far ahead. So I said, Balabhadra, I'll work on it. So I spoke to Vedasara the other day. I said, Vedasara, I'm just reminding you that next year and the year after that. He said, okay, we should start organizing now so we can have a grand ceremony for the 50th anniversary of Gaurnitai, 50th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada coming to Atlanta. But that's not even the end of the story for 1975. Guess who else came that time? Lord Jagannath. He was installed after Prabhupada came in 1975. Just a quick little story. When I joined, I was married, my former wife and son left, I was by myself at the temple, and Bhalavanta said, okay, Bhakta Ben, you have to move out of this room. I said, okay, fine. So he put me on the front porch of the old grassy building. Guess who was on the front porch with me? Lord Jagannath and Gaurnitai. And I'm sleeping under them every night. I had no idea who they were. In fact, the devotee said, Gorney Tyre is coming to Atlanta. And I said, is that another guy joining the temple? Who is that? So ignorant. And one night the cover came off Jagannath, and I'm like, wow. So when Prabhupada came here in 75, you have to understand, as Georgia pointed out, the temple room was smaller. There was 400 or 500 devotees here. We don't know how they fit. It was just incredible. And when Prabhupada, oh, real quick, before he entered the temple room, and Georgia, you didn't see this, that Vyasa sign, Radha Mohan and I was helping him to build this Vyasa sign. So he told me, stand on that Vyasa sign. So what? Make sure it doesn't fall over. And Prabhupada's driving up in the limousine, as you said, and I'm standing on that Vyasa sign, looking out the window at Prabhupada getting out of the car. And then I jump off, we put the cushions and all that. Because we were so attentive to Srila Prabhupada. And I've told the story many times, this floor is not the original floor. The floor under this floor is not the original floor. There's a wooden floor at the very bottom. But it was like old wood and the nails were coming up. So the night before Prabhupada arrived, Parampara, at that time, Dr. Peter and myself, crawled around the floor, countersinking all the little nails that Prabhupada would not hurt his feet. Just remembering the pastime of the gopis. Krishna went to the forest, and they were thinking, he may hurt his feet. So we were thinking, Prabhupada should not, experience that. So the whole mood, as the devotees were saying, it was absorption in Srila Prabhupada, his needs, not our needs. And that should be the mood that we pray all of you should have going forward. Prabhupada's desires, Prabhupada's 7 purposes. We should all look at our lives and see, how am I implementing Prabhupada's 7 purposes? He gave it not to his disciples. He gave it for all mankind, but for this movement to carry forward. What's the first of his 7 purposes? Who knows? To systematically propagate spiritual knowledge for humanity at large. Isn't that amazing? That's all about book distribution. And the third one is to bring the members of the society nearer together and closer to Krishna. Very important. So our only hope as Srila Prabhupada direct disciples entering to the last part of our life is that you get the spirit. All it is, it's a spirit. Oh, we didn't get to see Prabhupada. You do see Prabhupada. You see him every day. You want. He reasons ill to say that Vaishnavas die, because thou art living in sound and living to spread the holy name around. That's it. He's still here. Whatever inspired us is available to you. As I said, I'm so lucky to have this one. Vaishnavananda, who taught me many things, some things I can tell you, some things I can't. But he taught me how to do book distribution. Jabarji was my Sankirtan leader, and this wonderful devotee, Chardeshna, allowed me to do book distribution at the airport. I had to beg him. Why? Because I was just a cook assistant. I used to bring prasadam to the Sankirtan devotees. So one day I said, Chardeshna Prabhu, can I distribute books? He said, you? How about you work in the kitchen? He said, all right, go ahead and try. 5 minutes, 7 books. Chardeshna Put them on the page. And one real quick last time with Chardeshna. Sometimes the devotees get frustrated, they don't know what to do. That was me many times. So one night at the airport on a Friday, I was so frustrated, didn't know what to do. Had not sold 1 book all day. And I was always selling 50, 60 books a day, not even one. And I'm like crying, oh, what am I going to do? It's like 7 o'clock. Oh, Charlie said, Prabhu, stop complaining. Just have faith in Krishna Srila Prabhupada. The next person I meet gave me $100 and took books. So it's so important to have the association of experienced devotees who have taken this philosophy given by Srila Prabhupada and applied it in their lives, like Chardeshna and Vaishnava and Jabarji. So again, the main point I want to make is that the significance of this temple. If you go on the Atlanta Historical Archives website, you will find a collection of maybe 30 pictures of the 1972 Lord Chaitanya Festival, led by Vishnu John Swami. The Atlanta Temple was a significant part of the history of Atlanta, especially that time period, 1970, with all the hippies and all that, very much connected. So I'm just saying, please feel blessed and fortunate to be a part of this temple. This is our Dham, where Srila Prabhupada came, walked, chanted, played madanga, sang, cried. He said, your temple is the best. When he arrived, he gave a 48-second arrival address. I've just come from Miami, Caracas. I see your temple is the best. And everybody went crazy. And immediately after that is when his emotions took over. And he started talking about Lord Chaitanya and Krishna, comparing the two. He says, Krishna, he first of all demands, Sarvadhamma Prityaja Mami comes up. Then Prabhupada said, but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu makes no demand. At that precise moment, the emotions took over. Then he tried to compose himself to continue the talk. Prabhupada generally gave like a 20, 30-minute arrival address, talking 48 seconds practically. He said, but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he makes no demand. And then Prabhupada broke down. The last thing he said, he's so kind. And then he left. So this room, please understand where you're sitting, please. Whenever you get a chance to come here, just like going to the Down in India, where the Goswamis were, this is the place. Please, I beg you from my heart. Because I said, we'll be going somewhere. You'll have to carry on this tradition. So thank you all very much from the bottom of my heart for supporting this project, keeping it going, preserving the memory of Srila Prabhupada. Just imagine, once we're all gone, it'll be you sitting here talking about Srila Prabhupada. If you want, I mean, maybe when we pass away, this Prabhupada Smaranam can stop. What do you think, honey?
Never.
He won't let it stop. So every year it must go on and on and on. So thank you all very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Now I request Bhagavata Prabhu to introduce
This Vaishnava Riches, the place where he met me. And we go inside the Riches. We were hungry, we didn't know what to do. So we had to go and get something for lunch, right? So Vaishnava would go in and go, Sri Vishnu. We get some potato chips or whatever. But he was so wonderful. He had a blue Sankirtan band. I can tell you many stories about him. But one is very funny. At the airport, the devotees used to wear these wigs because they're shaved up. So Vaishnava was doing book distribution. And he pulls up his wig in front of this businessman and scratches his head and puts it back. Because the idea was to break the ice.
He used to reach his hand up underneath his wig like this. And bring it back down.
He's a great soul. So let's please welcome His Grace, Vaishnavananda Guru Ki Jai.
Dear devotees, please move forward because more devotees are coming and they don't have any room to sit. So we have good, at least 5-6 feet we can move ahead. Please, everyone. Hare Krishna.
Namaste Saraswati Devi, Uravani Pachane, Nivishesha, Shunyavadi, Ashticha Deshi. So before we begin to glorify Srila Prabhupada, of course the devotees present, namely Chowdesh Prabhu, G. Johnson, Avadara Prabhu, so on. I'd like to shout out from the expression. I'd like to acknowledge and recognize all the many God brothers who inspire me in Krishna consciousness. Okay, so many of them. And so I'd like to begin with Balamanta Prabhu, who is our former temple president. And GPC? Yes. And also Amarendra and his good wife Gayatri. Those of you who know her, she inspired me. I met her in Vrindavan with Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Dharma discourses in 1972. And Gayatri preached to me.
Sound a little bit louder.
No, just hold it. Yeah. Okay, Gayatri preached to me, and she said, "Oh, we're starting such a beautiful temple in Gainesville, Florida. So like this, so she invited me to come to Gainesville. So we drove, a wonderful experience with her husband, Amarendra. Those of you who know him. He founded the temple in Gainesville. So like this. So, however, when we reached Atlanta, Balawanta had made a decision in accordance with Srila Prabhupada's instructions to run for mayor. Yes, the In God We Trust party. I wish we had those pamphlets. They were so well written.
I have some.
You have some. I'd like to get one. Delineating the principles, illustrating how a true politician is Krishna conscious person. Like this. So, hey, suffice it to say that I never made it to Gainesville. Okay, because when I met Balamanta, and he wasn't there when I arrived, you see, and so maybe a few weeks later he came, and I saw this, I was planning to go to Gainesville and leave, but I saw this really bright-faced person, and I looked into his eyes. He was just, he was just spiritual, like that, and I said, oh, I'm not leaving. So that's how I made it here to Atlanta. I stayed 12 years living upstairs in our ashram with the association of all the devotees. I'll share some things with you. So as such, Amarendra Prabhu, Balavanta, and of course, I had to also shout out to my dear senior godbrother, Chaudeshna Prabhu, who, of course, Prabhuji mentioned that Prabhupada wrote a letter, but that letter was written to Rameshwar actually, where Prabhupada states, he says, I am very proud, I'm paraphrasing some, I'm very proud that Chaudeshna has distributed 210 Bhagavatams in one day. And we all were actually imbibed Chaudeshna's energy, because I recall distinctly, indelibly, I could remember clearly. Chaudeshna would rise early. It took a great deal of austerity and sacrifice to do that. He would rise at 2 in the morning, chant all his rounds, do a little service on the altar, and off to the airport as such. So, by his example, we're all inspired to emulate in that respect of distributing Prabhupada's books. Then, of course, I also need to recognize Gene Johnson.
Didn't Prabhupada say in that letter that Chaudeshna Prabhu's book distribution was simply wonderful? And we used to say then to Chaudeshna, say, Prabhupada's sweet ball.
But let me speak about Javaja. I'm sorry, I called you Gene Johnson because I didn't know the voice coming in. But Javaja came, and when I first met him, I was in the temple. I was a crazy boy. I'm in the kitchen washing pots, and I was singing, because I'm like jubilant, to be Krishna consciousness, in love with Krishna consciousness, and I'm, right? You want to tell?
So we're in there. He's in the kitchen. I walked in the temple. This is on 13th Street, wasn't here? It was over on 13th Street. And I walked up the front steps, and I walked in the front door. There's nobody around. I have boots on. Walked in the temple room. I heard some noise, maybe some banging. So I walked through the temple room. I walked through the prasadam room, through the transfer room, and there's a little kitchen. And in that little kitchen was a big pot being washed by a devotee who was, at the time it looked to me like he was partially down in the pot, scrubbing it. And his head was out. He was going, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Anybody who knows Vaishnava Nanda knows he chants that way. So when he looked, and he saw me, and he saw I had the boots on him, and my recollection is that he went, come with me. And when he took me back out on the front porch, I took my boots on.
True glory of Javaja Prabhu is that he became a true leader in Sankirtan.
Yes.
Srila Prabhupada's mission, fight in Maya in hand-to-hand combat. Okay, so like that's how I like to describe it. Well, he's very clear. We've been I can say that I went to get a job once, and he said, Mr. Vidal, Mr. William Vidal, gee, you've been arrested 36 times. What's going on here? I said, well, sir, you know, I was a member of the Hare Krishna movement. A member of the Hare Krishna movement was soliciting and canvassing and selling. He says, really? You one of those guys at the airport? Yes. You're hired. But Jayapataka Prabhu took on his Sankirtan party, and what I recall distinctly is the prasadam, because you would drop us off, and we'd do our thing, and then later he made this, because we didn't have a lot of time to be doing cooking, so sometimes the time was tight. You would make the tomato cream cheese sandwiches. Till this day, it's my favorite, right? My favorite. But he did something, put a little magic in it. I said, yeah, Jayapataka, why is it so good? Jayapataka would spread asafoetida on the tomatoes. This is it. It really tastes wonderful as such. So, Jayapataka. But aside from that, all the wonderful pastimes and the dedication of Srila Prabhupada has inspired everyone in Krishna consciousness. Actually, Prabhupada couldn't name us international family for Krishna consciousness, because in essence, yes, it is a society, but it's not an ordinary society. We're all here. It is a family. We are in Krishna. Wasn't that the mode? And it still is the mode that the devotees, you can go to any temple and experience the hospitality. And the devotees, you felt like you knew everyone, the camaraderie, kind of say. So, I'd like also to point out when Srila Prabhupada came. Of course, these devotees are hard act to follow, because you told my story, but maybe I'll elaborate some. When Srila Prabhupada came, of course, I think it's 3 minutes, you said a few seconds. Prabhupada sat and he said, yes, I've been to Miami, Caracas, like this, and Atlanta, and your temple, the best. And the devotees just, it's on tape, you can hear the devotees. And the kitchen used to be right here, actually close to the column, right there. And I remember, it wasn't Ramana Sukha, from my recollection, it was Karamuni.
Brahma recognized as being empty.
Yes. And can I tell my story? So like that, so Karamuni delegated to me to throw the rice in the big pot, you know, like the one I was washing, and put the butter in there and whatever, ghee, and shake the rice around before you start cooking it, just to kind of treat it as such. And Karamuni, everyone had left except myself, maybe Jayapataka, a few others. And Karamuni said, gee, I've been listening to Prabhupada for 4 years on tape, and he's here now 10 feet from me. And he said, I'm still listening to the speakers. Karamuni. But so he was very dedicated. He lives in Alacho, where I live now. So Srila Prabhupada came, and he said, yes, I've been to Caracas, Miami, your temple's the best. But then also to relate to what you pointed out, Prabhupada looked at the deity. And this is also documented. You can read it verbatim, word for word, at prabhupadbani.com. Prabhupada stated, and I'm going to paraphrase, Prabhupada says, Lord Krishna is very adamant. He requests, he surrenders, Prabhupada. Sarvadharma Parijaya, like this. But Lord Chaitanya, he does not. He can come like this, and then in the end, what I can remember is that Prabhupada went into deep ecstasy. He was silent, right? And he said, oh my God, you can hear it. You can hear Prabhupada's emotion on that tape. He says, but he is so kind. And mind you, when we speak of Ishta Devata, we speak of the primary deity, you can notice that in this temple, Gaunita is in the middle. Predominant deity, and as you say later, the deity also came and blessed us. So this Atlanta temple is certainly historic in the sense of book distribution, historic in the sense of kirtan, because the king of kirtan is sitting right next to me. We had kirtans here. And I remember we had kirtan on the Gaur Pranim one time. We were right in that spot. You, me, your brother, Chitakroda, and Kokika, and all these boys, and we were, I kid you not, hours, we were just doing the step. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama. And we had it going. And Prabhupada had this funky beat. We were just in ecstasy. And we needed nothing from the outside world. Our fulfillment, our happiness still is in Krishna consciousness. I can say for me 52 years, 51 years, much longer, about the same as such. So Krishna consciousness is the legacy that Srila Prabhupada has given us. I like to say there's no exclusivity. I think you pointed it out, that we're thinking, oh, Prabhupada disciples. No. Prabhupada we're all Prabhupada's family. Siksha. Prabhupada's Vani is there. Gaura Vani Pracharya. Like this, so we can have, if anything, the grandfather is more doting, is more affectionate to the grandson. So as such, all you younger people, after we're dead and gone, I'm 73, it's okay. Okay. Yes, so, but the younger people, this legacy of Prabhupada will live on, lives on with the children, even that young boy there, like this, so we all imbibe Srila Prabhupada's lessons and contribution as such. So this temple of Atlanta, very historic in that regard. Prabhupada stayed, no one spoke about Prabhupada's stay over there. Maybe someone can remember. Yes, you want to say something about that?
What was saying there?
Over there, yeah, I don't know much about that.
You and I were just working. We were just busy.
Yes,
But
yes.
it is still there, like,
Yeah,
the room is
Yes.
still, Prabhupada's room is totally intact.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, because the devotees here, vast majority of you don't know, you can go check your rooms in. It's open house, is it not?
Knock on the door, go in.
Yeah, Prabhupada's rooms there, you can go and chant all the paraphernalia still there, the original painting that we worship.
Yes.
And you mentioned about the deities, and in the old days, Prabhupada, we did not have deities, we worship Panchatattva.
Haribo!
Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Shri Vasani, Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. So many temples have
Original painting.
This is the original painting. Many temples have this Panchatattva like this. We worship as such, none different. Prabhupada's taught us this, like Bhagavad Prabhu pointed out. Srila Prabhupada's Murti, Prabhupada's here present. We can take advantage of that. Primarily,
Can someone get some water for Charles?
yeah.
Here.
So we just want to, and I don't want to take too much more time. So much. So we want to share with you our fortune, but it is also your fortune. Our fortune is your fortune, as such, you know. And if you want to participate, as we did, because we were young boys on book distribution, we didn't play. We were out there, 8 to 10, 12 hours a day, as I said, fighting Maya in hand-to-hand combat. And as far as the stories of the airport, maybe I can share one, but this is about Charadeshna. Because we knew Prabhupada, there's a Sankirtan newsletter, we knew Srila Prabhupada read this letter, and he knew who it is. Who's this Vaishnavananda? Who's this Balabhadra? Who is this Javadra? Charadeshna. So we knew, so we endeavored to distribute many, many books. If anything, daily we would report to the deity. We said so many Lakshmi points, so many books, as such. So we all struggled. No one could keep up with Charadeshna Prabhu or Tipurari and a few others, Pragosh, Vashisheka. They were here. They were busy. When our airport was so lucrative that the BBT party came here, right? What Charadeshna spoke about. Tipurari, Pragosh, all those elite boys, you know. And I say elite because of their endeavor, undaunted, relentless determination to preach and disseminate Krishna consciousness, the Srila Prabhupada's books, like that. But this particular story regarding Charadeshna, sometimes I'm trying to struggle with Charadeshna, noticed that. And he said, the real, how we derive true spiritual benefit is by when we meet someone, not just take their money and give them a book, you know, it's not a hustle, you know, it's a benediction. But Charadeshna said to me, he's only struggling trying to just make all the Lakshmi points and get as many books out as possible, right? To be on the Sankirtan newsletter, the Prabhupada would notice, oh, who is this person? So, Charadeshna said to me, he said, Prabhuji, I do this once a day. You may remember this, George. He said, I do this once a day. When I meet a real sweet boy, a thick candidate that's truly interested and exhibits, you know, the sincere interest in Krishna consciousness, I take time out for him. Because our tactic was that. We wanted to distribute our books. So we hit this person, this person, this person. I got so expert at it that I knew if you're a Christian, I see you coming. I didn't waste time with you, Dave. Praise the Lord. I go get somebody who's a true recipient, you know, true candidate for Krishna consciousness. But Charisha said to me, take time out and preach to this person sincerely, you know. And I noticed them sometimes, even if the person didn't have money, sometimes the books were there, they're $3 for the temple. Back then, you could get $5 for a big, thick Bhagavad Gita. You've seen it, right? Has not anybody seen the big, thick Bhagavad Gita? Yeah. Can you imagine going to someone, hey, we're giving this out today? So, the Bhagavad Gita, if someone gave you $10, what does that mean? That means that you can give out 2 Gitas. So it wasn't about money. We were sincere. And some devotees went into the mood of the change up and all this that we don't talk about much. But we were sincerely interested in simply engaging other people. And we were young, enthusiastic, and a bit zealous.
A bit.
A lot, yeah. It's like, you know, like I had a practice. Like even people didn't know how much to give, you know. I just time it. I wait for you to get your wallet out. And he says, it's okay, Jimmy. Just keep it under 100. Because then you know, how much did I give this guy? Just keep it under 100. Last guy gave 2. Can you match that? And so we became expert. If anything, most devotees, I think many of us assume the profession of salesmanship and marketing because we developed this innate activity. Again, by the blessings of Srila Prabhupada. Okay. I had no business training, no degree, no business school, Harvard, Emory University. No. We learned through the Srila Prabhupada School of Sankirtan, the army of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So without further ado, there's much more to say. I don't want to take much time, but Srila Prabhupada sent me, bless this temple, as Balabarta pointed out, the new Pranihati Dham, okay, and followed by, of course, glorified by his grace, his holiness, Sri Jayapataka Maharaj, who's continue on, to revive this festival. I think I need to mention that, yes? Oh, yeah.
So one thing about Chardeshna and the distribution is particularly at the airport. Chardeshna Prabhu, he would go around periodically and he would ask, how many books have you distributed, Prabhu? And then he would go to the next, how many books have you distributed, Prabhu? How many books have you distributed, Prabhu? So if it was like, well, I've distributed 50. Then as soon as Chardeshna had distributed 51, then it was time to go back to the temple. Remember that?
I got one story. Go ahead.
One other thing was that when Prabhupada was here, on the morning Prabhupada left, Tripurari had come down. I was standing in the driveway down there waiting for the band. We were going to the airport we're going to stay, Prabhupada was going to leave, we were going to stay and distribute books. So Tripurari had come down and he said, here, take this. Prabhupada chewed on this. And it was a piece of sugar cane that Prabhupada had chewed on that morning at breakfast. And there was a little bit left and he gave it to me. So then, of course, I took it and made it last as long as possible. So that day, I distributed more books than Tripurari did.
Wow.
Be my conclusive story. It's okay, because I know times. So we have one devotee here that his name was Maitreya. Are we ready for this now? Maitreya was enthusiastic southern boy, right? So he had that southern accent, right?
Columbia, South Carolina.
Columbia, South Carolina. North Carolina. But Maitreya, in his own fortitude, he was a great book distributor. But then one day, we were at the airport, he forgot his wig. And the devotees would take one day off all the time, you know, we go, we leave it a day off, right? Wash our dhotis and like that, do stuff. But Chaudeshan was off that day, but he had left his wig in the van. And the wig that Chaudeshan wore, if you, I don't know, those of us older remember the afro, right?
That was my wig.
Was it your wig?
Chaudeshan
I thought it was his wig.
I had hair for
Well, okay, well, some of them had the afro wig in the van. And then Maitreya put it on. So just visualize this, a white boy from the south with an afro. But the clincher of that is Maitreya distributed more books on that day. In conclusion, again I say, this is all by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, creating the international family of Krishna consciousness.
Srila Prabhupada ki! Prabhupada ki! Prabhupada ki! Just one real quick, I'll introduce one quick pastime about, well, two pastimes about Maitreya. Maitreya actually left the movement 21 times. The last time he left, we were at the airport.
You know what Prabhupada is doing? This. He was real handsome.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
His face.
He was a very good.
But no, when he left the last time, I was standing next to him. He said, Balabaji? I said, what? I gotta go. I said, where you going, Maitreya? I just gotta go. I said, where are you going? I gotta go to the World Series. But when he left India, one time he left India, we call it looping. He left India, he went overland back to America. He met a person on that journey back. He's leaving the movement, just to show you how powerful it is. He's leaving the movement, you know, whatever. Looping. And then he met this person on the way back who was going to some island to be like a saint or whatever. And Maitreya convinced that person to become a devotee. Maitreya is leaving the movement. He's convincing this person to become a devotee. And that person became an initiated devotee. I forget his name at this point. And the last thing about Maitreya, he's the one that asked Prabhupada about the big first volume of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. He said, Prabhupada, we're distributing this book and it's very difficult for people to understand. Prabhupada said, it is like a sweet ball. Anywhere you touch it, it is sweet. So that was Maitreya. So we're very fortunate, and we need one assistant for this next devotee's pastimes. I need one assistant to be right next to Prabhupada's lotus feet. You don't all have to jump at the same time. We're going to ask you to hold up, please go. Hold up Prabhupada's lotus feet for this next story. We'll give him a second. You know better than me.
Can I tell it?
Well, let me introduce someone first.
Soma. Hare Krishna.
So, I think there's a lot of flowers on it, right? You just...
The flower bed?
No, the lotus feet right there.
Footprints.
The footprints. Just
Footprint. What do I need to
hold it up. As Javorji was saying, you get to hold his lotus feet. So Soma Prabhu was at New Vrindavan at the time, right? Was it New Vrindavan? Yeah. So he's going to explain this pastime. He told me this morning, you're going to love this pastime.
Wow, it's such an honor to be up here amongst these esteemed devotees. I really love all their stories. I was telling Bal about this. In New Vrindavan, I was working in the mold shop, making molds to build Srila Prabhupada's palace. And we heard about Bhakti Siddhanta Maharaj, Prabhupada's spiritual master, installing Lord Chaitanya's footprints at different places around India. And we get the idea, it'd be nice to get Srila Prabhupada's footprints. So Srila Prabhupada was coming to New York, I think it was for the Rath Yatra. And Kirtanananda in Kaladri brought this box of clay that we used in the mold shop, 25 pounds of clay. And they were going to ask Srila Prabhupada to step in the clay to make his footprints. So Prabhupada is so kind that when they asked him if he would step in the clay to get his footprints, he agreed. And they put a little talcum powder on the clay, and Srila Prabhupada stepped in the clay, and he stepped off and went back in his room. But there wasn't very much of an impression. It was like very shallow. And they were thinking, wow, maybe the clay was too hard, or maybe Prabhupada was just like very light at that time. But anyways, they decided, and we still have those in New Vrindavan, those shallow impressions. But they said, okay, let's make the clay a little softer, and we'll have Srila Prabhupada stepping in again. And of course, they went and asked Srila Prabhupada if he would step in the clay again, and he agreed. Yeah, Srila Prabhupada is so kind. And I don't know, could you take the flowers off of there so we could see that? So, you know, Kaladri Prabhu, who had the clay, he was adding water to the clay, kneading it, making it softer, getting it all ready. And then he had the clay on the floor, and he asked, put the little talcum powder on it, and he asked Srila Prabhupada to step in the footprints again. And these are the footprints, and you can see he stepped in with his right foot first. And you notice like his right heel goes down deeper, because he stepped in first with his right foot, and then he stepped in with his left foot, and he stood there. And they wanted to make sure it was a good impression, so Kaladri was pressing down on each toe to make sure it made a nice imprint. And then Srila Prabhupada stepped off, and the original clay we still have in New Vrindavan. When they brought it back, I was the mold maker, so we made a mold of those footprints, and those are the footprints that you see all over the world at different Iskcon temples. And that's just the story of how Srila Prabhupada was so kind that he agreed to step into this clay so that we would have his footprints for the rest of the time. And the original clay is still in New Vrindavan. They have it up at Srila Prabhupada's palace. Do I have time to tell?
Yes.
Oh boy, Srila Prabhupada was so kind to everyone. Every devotee, whether it's big or small. I tell this story sometimes, that when I was a new devotee, I joined in Boston. Iskcon Press was there at the time. There was a lot of devotees from 26 2nd Avenue.
69.
No, 1970 I joined. 1970, Iskcon Press was still there. And a lot of very senior devotees at that time. They had been in the movement 4 years. That was like the longest of anybody. And they told all these really wonderful stories of Srila Prabhupada. And I remember Satskrip telling these stories of how Srila Prabhupada was very inquisitive. And for some reason, I just really liked those stories of how inquisitive Prabhupada was. You know, here he is, Jagat Guru, spiritual master of the whole universe. But he was still asking about American customs and different things. And I was even on a morning walk in New Vrindavan. We were in the walk, and he walked by a clump of grass, and he said, what is this? What kind of grass is this? Nobody knew. But he explained, he said, in Krishna's creation, there's nothing like extra. Everything has a purpose. He said, even in the Ayurvedas, there's a list of all the different plants, and they all have some use. So I don't know, I really liked how Srila Prabhupada was inquisitive. And I never had enough courage to ask Srila Prabhupada a question. But Srila Prabhupada asked me a few questions. So this one time, Srila Prabhupada used to give evening darshan in New Vrindavan out in the lawn. We would set up the Vyasasana, and he would speak in the evenings. One time it was a little chilly, so he had his darshan inside. And Radhanath, who was just a brahmachari, but he was the pujari at the Vrindavan farm, he brought over a picture of Radha Madhavan Nath, the deities that were there, and he put them on Srila Prabhupada's desk. So during the darshan, people were talking, and Prabhupada kept looking at this picture of Radha Madhavan Nath, and finally he just said, who is this? Is this Radha Madhavan Chandra? But it's just a little brass deities. And they said, no, that's Radha Madhavan Nath, at the original farm. And Prabhupada said, oh, you have to take me there. And Kirtananda was there and said, oh, Prabhupada, the road is really bad. We don't think it would be good for your health because, I don't know if anybody who's been to New Vrindavan, but it's this 2-mile dirt road that was really muddy and a lot of potholes. But Srila Prabhupada said, no, I want you to take me there. Can you take me there? So Kirtananda said, okay, we'll arrange it. So, not the next day, but the next day, so 2 days, they had arranged this, it was a Dodge Power Wagon, big pickup truck, 4-wheel drive, and they brought Srila Prabhupada at the beginning of the road, and Srila Prabhupada got in the passenger side, and they started driving very slowly up this 2-mile road. And some people got in the back of the pickup. Sorry, he was Prabhupada's servant at the time. But me and a few other devotees were just like running alongside of the truck, you know, following him and just staring at Srila Prabhupada, you know, through the open window. And of course they were going very slow because it was a very bumpy road. And I remember one time they were taking a turn and I was just like, you know, running alongside and I looked at Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada looked at me, you know, and our eyes kind of locked. And the impression I got that he was actually like shivering inside. You know, he doesn't always manifest all his ecstatic symptoms, but at this time I looked at him and it really felt like he was just shivering, you know, an ecstatic love of Krishna. But anyways, he kept on going and then they got to a certain point about a quarter of a mile to the Vrindavan farm and Srila Prabhupada got out to take his morning walk. So there was a few of us there. We started on this walk with Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada was walking. He walks very fast. He was a very fast walker. So we're struggling to keep up. And at one point, a calf came down in front of the walk. And Srila Prabhupada put his cane in the dirt and he stopped. And he said, how old is that calf? And I was right next to Srila Prabhupada and I distinctly heard him say, you know, how old is that calf? But I didn't know, and I was looking around, maybe there was one of the cowherd boys who would know how old the calf was, but none of them were there. So I looked at the calf, I could see it was a little bit big, but its milk bag hadn't developed. So I said, oh, Srila Prabhupada, it's very young because the milk bag hasn't developed yet. And Srila Prabhupada looked at me and he said, I know that. So I was like crushed. I said, oh my God, you know. But I had that, you know, desire. I really liked how Prabhupada was inquisitive, and I thought it would be nice to serve him in that way of answering one of his questions. But I just felt really bad, you know, that I was, you know, puffed up thinking I could give some, you know, add something to Srila Prabhupada like that, or whatever I was thinking. But anyways, that was the whole, you know, he kept on going. There's a lot of more pastimes with the walk and his whole visit there. But the very next day, after Srila Prabhupada would come to Iskcon Temple for Guru Puj, greeting the deities. Then afterwards he would come out, get in his car, and drive up to where he was staying. And we'd always have like a little kirtan as he was walking to his car and before he would get into his car. So this day I also happened to be right next to Srila Prabhupada, and somebody opened up the door to his car so he could get in, but he didn't get in. He was just looking out over the top of the car to the field on the other side of the road. And he had this little smile, and he turned around and he looked at me and he said, what's growing over there? And I happened to know that they had planted mung beans. So I said, oh, those are mung beans, Srila Prabhupada. And he said, oh, thank you very much. And he got in the car and drove away. And I was ecstatic. I couldn't believe it. You know, he had given me another chance to answer one of his questions. And this time I knew the answer, you know. And I couldn't believe he was so kind. He could read my mind. He was, and it just, you know, made you want to give your whole life to serving Srila Prabhupada. He could just do these things in such a way that was so enlivening and so just amazing. So I just wanted to say that Srila Prabhupada, even though, you know, I was just an insignificant devotee trying to do some service, he was so personal, and he would always encourage everybody in devotional service. So Thank you very much.
While Gadadhar was getting ready, just one quick pastime. Prabhupada is being inquisitive. He's coming. So Prabhupada, I was fortunate to guard his door in Chicago when I went for Pratyatra. So I'm guarding Prabhupada's door. And then Prabhupada, Sasru Maharaj, some other senior devotees came through this room where the sannyasis were staying. And there was a stove, Coleman stove, the little burner stove that they were using to cook, the sannyasis. And Prabhupada came through, he looked at it. What is that? And Sasru Maharaj says, it is a Coleman stove, Prabhupada. Prabhupada said,
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, dear Soma Prabhu, for sharing those very sweet and intimate pastimes of our beloved Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. One quick announcement. There is one car, it's a Toyota Prius, I think. It's blocking the way, and it's a Gwinnett County tag, TDX, His Holiness Bhakti Anugraha Janardhan Swami Maharaj, to please enlighten us by speaking something about Srila Prabhupada. His Holiness Janardhan Swami Maharaj is very dear to our hearts. For so many years, we have seen him giving us his valuable association, and year after year, I have seen how Janardhan Maharaj has very humbly served his beloved spiritual master, His Holiness Param Pujya Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. There are, in Atlanta, we are very fortunate to have regular annual association of His Holiness Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. And likewise, one of the senior-most devotees and sannyasis of our movement, Param Pujya Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. He has been very merciful to all of us. Every year after Janmashtami, Maharaj would come here. Just like Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj would come here every year for the Panihati festival, Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj would come here after Janmashtami. Every year, decade after decade. And we have seen how His Holiness Bhakti Anugraha Janardhan Swami Maharaj humbly serving. I have seen in Maharaj's room serving, offering arti to Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj's beautiful Shaligram Shilas. So many times I have seen, always humbly serving. And then Maharaj took sannyas from Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. And because of health reasons, Maharaj is not here, but Maharaj's pure representative, Srila Bhakti Anugraha Janardhan Swami Maharaj, is with us. And we have already shared the flyer. Many programs are coming up. Maharaj has given programs, and there is a program tomorrow at Uttam Radhika Mataji's house. So we can get Maharaj's association. But now I request Maharaj, please speak to us something about Srila Prabhupada.
This is my first time of the Ratha Yatra here in Atlanta, and also the first time to join all the Vaishnavas for the world famous Panihati Chida Dahi festival outside of Panihati in India. And I'm very, very fortunate, very happy to be with you amongst all of you, especially to these very wonderful devotees, Srila Prabhupada's direct disciples, giving us some of their association, the pastimes that they had with Srila Prabhupada. I was speaking with one of Srila Prabhupada's disciples yesterday, and he told me that he was speaking with one of his senior god brothers, that in the next 10 years, there'll be a lot of crying. I said, why? Because in the next 10 years, we will be seeing a lot of them going back to Godhead. It is very, very joyful to hear that, but at the same time, it's a mixed feelings for us. Because the association is so great that just by seeing them and from hearing from them, we are also like being with Srila Prabhupada, our generation, like after Srila Prabhupada's direct disciples. Srila Prabhupada is so humble. Out of his humility, he left Sri Vrindavan at the age where it is time for retirement. Why is it that he left Vrindavan? To fulfill the instructions, specifically to print books and to spread Krishna consciousness to the English-speaking world. He is a Mahabhagavat. According to the Srimad Bhagavatam, the 7th canto, the meaning of Srimad Bhagavatam's Mahabhagavat is that he is the topmost devotee, like Prahlad Maharaj. Prahlad Maharaj's concern also is to save the entire world. But Srila Prabhupada, one time when he was in the Philippines, he told one of his disciples that I have a desire to save the entire universe. Not just on this planet, the entire universe. Can you imagine that? How humility one can have. Traveling alone in the ship called Jaladuta. Now I don't think any one of us will want or have that desire to travel in a Jaladuta, a merchant ship. Most of you, I think, have been to a cruise ship before in your vacation. So it's unimaginable how it takes a lot of humility to do that. A Mahabhagavat coming down into a Madhyam platform. Because a Mahabhagavat, he sees everyone as devotees, except himself. Even though he is the topmost devotee, he will see himself as not a devotee. And one can say also that Srila Prabhupada is no lesser than Prahlad Maharaj or Haridas Thakur in that sense. It's really this humility. Prabhupada has so many qualities in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. 26 qualities of a Vaishnava. And the first quality that we have to develop is humility. The opposite of humility is false ego, being proud. And that is our disease. We are very proud. There is a saying that even a pauper is proud of his penny. And what to say of you who live in America? You must be proud. But Prabhupada says, it is okay to be proud being a Vaishnava. If one says, yes, I am a devotee of Lord Krishna, that is good. However, if you just say that and you don't help spread Krishna consciousness, that is not good. That means you will become envious of others if you don't spread Krishna consciousness. Which means you will not attain, or we will not attain love of God. So out of many qualities of Srila Prabhupada, I would say humility is the most outstanding quality. And as far as I can see and observe, Srila Prabhupada made many moons. He says that if I can create one pure devotee, I will consider my mission to be success. A successful one. So, with one moon, it can dissipate the darkness in the night. You can have many, many stars, unlimited stars. But it's not compared to just one moon. And Srila Prabhupada did not create just one pure devotee. Otherwise, he is not a Mahabhagavat. This is the quality of a pure devotee, that he can create more pure devotees like him. And as far as I can see, that many, many devotees were created by Srila Prabhupada, and all of them combined, all of their qualities, because each and every disciples or devotees of Srila Prabhupada has good one quality or ability, speciality. And if you combine all of them, all of those abilities of all the disciples and followers of Srila Prabhupada, that is Srila Prabhupada. His mercy is unlimited, more deeper than the deepest ocean in this planet. Mercy spreads everywhere, especially through book distribution. The whole motive here, the whole issue here that we were talking about and we're hearing about is book distribution. The first time I met Srila Prabhupada, I never met Prabhupada in person, but through his books. Now, how many of you here have met Srila Prabhupada through his books? Everyone. How about through prasadam? How about through kirtan? This is Srila Prabhupada's mercy. Through prasadam, through books, and through kirtan. This is our, we call our product. Three main products. But especially the books. I can still remember when I first received or bought the books. In the Philippines, there were no devotees that I met. I was like about 15-year-old boy. Because I was always trying to figure out how is it that we are suffering in this material world? How to mitigate these sufferings? And as my families, they're all Roman Catholics. So the Bible is there. I read the Bible regularly, but I cannot figure out what is the answer to my question. And then I did not meet a devotee. I went to a store in those days, 77. I think it's prior to Srila Prabhupada's disappearance. And I went to a head shop, hippie store. And so they were selling incense and books. And then this picture of Krishna from Back to Godhead, where Mother Yasoda is there, trying to see whether Krishna ate mud or not. Or the other one is about Lord Krishna and the cowherd boys on a swing in the forest or Vrindavan. This is out of this world. So that's the first time I met Srila Prabhupada, through his Vani, through his teachings. And I still cannot figure out. I was reading and reading and reading. I says, there's something special here, but I don't know. I cannot understand because I need a person who can explain this to me. The devotees. And then I went to college in Canada. I migrated to Canada. Then I found the Upanishad. But I cannot still figure it out. Especially, actually Prabhupada says, before Bhagavad Gita, Upanishad should be read first. That is the basic of the basics. And then the Bhagavad Gita. Even though Prabhupada says Bhagavad Gita is the ABC of spiritual knowledge, but Upanishad is kindergarten. But before that, actually before coming to Canada, I asked my mother, can you buy me the Bhagavad Gita? Because I read the Bhagavad Gita is available on Sadhuta Maharaj at that time. So I asked my mother, give me money, I want to buy this Bhagavad Gita. So I sent a bank cashier's note, but the Bhagavad Gita did not come. It must be somewhere it got lost. So only when I came to Canada, I wrote to the LABDT. That's the answer. I got my Bhagavad Gita there. And still I have not met any devotees. I studied for some time, and then I went to Toronto, and then that's the time I met the devotees. No one invited me again. Prabhupada kind of like pulling me, because at the addresses, oh, Toronto, yes, 243 Avenue Road. Then I went there, and the first thing that I smelled is incense and ghee. Isn't it? Yes. Isn't that your first time you come to the mandir? The smell of nice, very fragrant incense, and because they cook in ghee. And the first prasadam that I received and that night was halava. That made me hooked. No more getting out. And I was working, part-time work, and then I figured out, why do I have to pay rent? So I asked Bhakti Swami, he was a brahmachari then, can I stay in the temple and I give you my rent? And he agreed, so I used to go with him, doing harinam or programs. So, and the rest is history. We did book distribution. We had a lot of brahmacharis at that time, but no, practically none. None of them stayed for a long time. I was the only one. So I used to travel with the Boston party, stopped traveling Sankirtan party, and New York traveling Sankirtan party, Philadelphia Sankirtan party. So there's about like a whole bunch of us. We will line up in Yonge Street or anywhere we go, and then a person will be asked many times, because every corner there is a devotee asking if you want to take a book. So Srila Prabhupada's books, they're very, it's amazing. We don't know the value, as Prabhupada says, I did not write these books. These books are written by Krishna. And the books are not different than Krishna. And when we read Srila Prabhupada's books, we associate with Srila Prabhupada at the same time. Actually, Srila Prabhupada is more accessible now than ever for the next 10,000 years. One devotee asked, because now technology is increasing, is advancing more and more and more. Will there be a time that there will be no more books and everything will be electronics? No. The books are always going to be there. It's like, vinyl records. More popular now than before.
And more expensive.
Yeah, it's collective items. So now, we should treasure these books. If you have the books at home, don't just be like a display. Whenever I go, I will ask, how many of you have Bhagavad Gitas? Very good. How many of you have Srimad Bhagavatam sets? Very good. How many of you read them every day? It's like 10%. That's true. These are more precious than anything else in this world. These are our ticket to go back home, back to Godhead, because Prabhupada says, I put everything in my books. Others, they said, oh, this is elementary. Let me go home, read other books. No, if we cannot even understand Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, how can we go further? We can read them again and again and again, and we can get different angles of vision or point of views how we can be able to extract the nectar. And the way how the books are working, we can tell if we are able to apply them in our everyday activities. Because reading is good, but what is more important is the application of what we've read. So we're very, very fortunate today. I must say, especially these stalwart devotees, how they save so many conditioned souls. And Srila Prabhupada says, my books are like time bomb. They may not be working right now, but someday it'll explode. We heard many devotees, they received books, and then they cannot read. Some of their friends came, and they said, oh, these are looking very interesting, can I borrow it? So instead of that person becoming a devotee, his friend who borrowed the book became the devotee. And this is what I call prihat vidanga. You can be anywhere in the world, and the sound of this vibration of Krishna and the spiritual world could be heard. So I know in Atlanta there are many devotees who are doing book distribution. If you really want to be part of the Sankirtan mission of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because it is good to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. That is our goal. Attentive chanting, purified chanting, no offenses chanting. Reading Srila Prabhupada's books, this is part of our diet. We're all materially diseased. And this is the spiritual solution. But besides reading and chanting, one should also do practical seva. Because after some time, you will be bored. Because you don't have taste. But when you do the other one, the practical seva, while you're chanting and hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita, the nectar starts to flow. The nectar starts to flow. So I would like to encourage, if you are able, and you are, I'm sure you'll find some time. I traveled all over the world, and most of the devotees, they were telling me, Maharaj, I don't have time. That is my main problem. I don't have time. I work hard for my family. I don't even have time for my family. They may be busy in something else, but we should give some time for our family to become Krishna conscious, and also for others to become Krishna conscious. Both ways. That is most important. Srila Prabhupada will be more happy if we help in this Sankirtan mission of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And if we want to be recognized by the all-attractive personality, Sri Krishna, we can attract him by spreading the knowledge to others. The all attractive can become attractive to you by giving this knowledge. Is that okay? Yeah. Hare Krishna.
While we're here, and there's so many not hear this story anywhere else. I have a story to tell about all of them. I believe it was a corporate evening, and we were here at that time. I don't remember the year. So, Balabhadra was commissioned to make some halava on this occasion. So he made a big pot of halava for their lordships, and so later on, after the kirtan, artik, and all that, everyone was taking feast, and I noticed that he was sitting over there by himself. I noticed, why is Balabhadra sitting alone like that? So I went over, I said, Prabhu, what is going on here? So he said, Balavanta is making me eat all this halava. And I said, well, great. Why would he do that? Balabhadra said, I forgot to put sugar on the halava. So since I forgot to put sugar in the halava, Balavanta said I must eat all of this halava. So there was myself and a few other brahmacharis there, and sitting almost right beside Balabhadra was this empty pot that had globulins in it. And there was all this juice from the globulins left in this pot. So I said, Balabhadra, I said, did Balavanta say that no one could mix the juice from the globulins with the halava that you're taking? He said, no, Balavanta didn't say anything about that. So we took the globulin juice and mixed it with a halava that didn't have sugar in it, and we relished like anything.
I listened to Maharaj very attentively, and I appreciate particularly the last thing you said, that to develop this taste that you said. And I'd like to just point out that it's not about quantity. As you said, Prabhupada, in the preface, the last paragraph of the preface of Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada states that if one person becomes a good devotee of the Lord, he will consider his mission a success. So, having said that, you can keep a few books in your car. It's not about quantity, but quality. That's Chaudeshwar's tactics, as he told me. Okay, and if you meet one person, if you have books when you go to the gas station or when you're in the store, that's all. Just one person. You don't have to go and say, you said, don't have time? Well, have you got time to say hello to people? Greet people? Just give them a book. I say, sure, please. Shopping center, well, yeah, so wherever you go, whomever you meet, tell them about Krishna. Just think of that. You benefit people, and simultaneously you're also benefiting, as Maharaj pointed out. We are developing this ruchi, this taste. But can I tell my you have time? Yes, Maharaj.
Plenty of time. Yes. Please continue.
Okay, so
It will happen when Srila Jayapataka comes. Bro, can you find out when Maharaj comes? They are ready almost, but we are going to wait for Maharaj. So whenever Maharaj comes, we'll have time. So please continue.
yes, thank you. So another devotee, member of the Atlanta party, you know, gang, you know, Masi, okay. Family, okay. Is Haricharna Prabhu.
Haribo!
Now, of course, most of us, you may not know Haricharna, but Haricharna was the accountant. He was very strict, very diligent man, counted every penny. And in this time, just think of the Srila Prabhupada's potency, that we're collecting thousands and thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars. And most devotees, I think all devotees, no one, in fact, kept a penny. Because when you're in the contrary, or conversely, when devotees came to the movement and surrendered in Krishna consciousness, They would give what they had. Very Guya came, he donated his car, he had $10,000. And many people who come would just give them like whatever possessions they had. And I like to speak about Nirguna. Then I'll speak about Harichana. What should I do the other way? Well, okay, well I started with Harichana. This is what my mind's wanted to say. So Harichana was the accountant, he counted all the money and like this, and so on. But Harichana had one particular, how can we call it? It's not a vice, but he would fall asleep at all functions. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. He's like you. He would sleep through everything. Is it a fact?
Absolutely.
So we're in Vrindavan. I'm going to speed up on the floor, fast forward. We're in Vrindavan, 1975, I believe. Chaudhary was there. I think you were there. Okay, well, I don't know. Okay. But most of the land of the devotees were there, Balavanti was there. So Harichana, this is early Chapa time, you know, Vrindavan gets cool in the morning. Those of you, this is a little cold. So Harichana decided to take his nap. So he laid down. At that time, the Iskcon Temple had no fancy stuff. What the Tamal Krishna is, it was just dirt. So Harichana took his charter and went under it to sleep. So here comes Srila Prabhupada with all the elite men, the sannyasis, temple presidents, everybody else, all the big guys, you know. They come in. Prabhupada said this morning will return to give Srimad Bhagavatam class. And Prabhupada's walking towards the temple, looks over, and I say no more than 10, 15 feet where we are. You see Prabhupada, we offer our respects. But Prabhupada looks over and turns and saunters, which means walking slowly. He saunters over towards the devotees, towards us. We offer our respect. Except Harichana. he's under the charter. So Prabhupada sees him, and there Prabhupada, what does he do? He takes his cane and pokes him. So of course we can understand this partly conjecture that Harichana is thinking, gee, who dares to wake me up like this? And defiantly he comes out, what? And there before him is standing his divine grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And then what does Prabhupada instruct? He says, do not sleep.
Prabhupada said, what is this? When he was poking with a cane, he said, what is this?
Alright, so we're talking about Sankirtan, the opponents and the Sri Would you touch a little bit about the importance of serving at the Iskcon temples to keep these temples open so the people can come together and see Krishna, discuss Krishna. Is that Sankirtan? As you're keeping Krishna's temple standing and open for guests to come? Yes.
Ultimately, the center of our activities is Sisi Gaurnitai, Sisi Radha Madan Mohan, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra, and Srila Prabhupada. And this is their eternal home. This is irreplaceable. You cannot find anywhere else in Atlanta or in the Southwest, for that matter. So, when I meant by Sankirtan, it's like in an army. There are the cooks, there are the medical department, and there are the front men who are like the ones fighting. So all of them are included in the army company. So in the Sankirtan, the devotees who are here doing service, they are part of the Sankirtan. And it is very important that ultimately to maintain the temple, those who are able, and because you live in the greatest country in the world, it is impossible that you can only give $100 a month to maintain this temple. That is being what you may call stingy. It's not. No. Anyone who lives in America, they earn a very good, decent amount of money. And to maintain the temple, it costs a lot. Isn't it? Not just, the puja. We have to offer 6 times boga to the Lord. There's so many things in the operation of the temple. I'm one of the managers in Krishna Balaram Mandir. And our expenses is very high because very opulent. Your Janmashtami there is our everyday activities. We have over 1,000 devotees for Mangal Arti. Krishna Balaram Mandir. So, to maintain the temple, we need all the assistance or help, not just monetary help. You need some time to come here to help. One should ask the authorities here, Prabhuji, how can I serve here? I like to serve. Because we can tell whether we are advancing in Krishna consciousness if we are asking to do more service. If we are just laid back, you are not advancing, I'm sorry. If you are just, oh, it's okay, oh, everything will go on even without me, that means you're not going to go back home, back to Godhead. You want to go back home, back to Godhead? Yes? Yes! So you must help the local temple. As Balabhadra Prabhu, you are part of the temple. Not that you are part of the temple. You are the temple. You know what temple means? Not just the deities. Temple means the devotees. Without the devotees, it is not a temple. Yes? So we need all your, whatever, your time, your Lakshmi. I'm sure you have some Lakshmi. Give it back to Krishna. Otherwise, Prabhupada says, if you keep it to yourself, then you will just enjoy. And which means another birth. Next slide.
We have a farm community.
We have a farm community.
A temple that was established by Sri Prabhupada to be the farm community for Atlanta.
For Atlanta.
We're in Tennessee. We're dying. We need help. It is a load that is besides the workload and the money load.
Okay.
We are dying. And we're not. We're actually growing. It was in a place, we pulled it up from finding the deities covered in rat stool. And Prabhupada had spires, egg nut statues in his nostrils, and were our savior. We have been working very small to save this temple.
Okay.
And we're not getting help at all.
I think it would be, this is a good opportunity to give information that you have that. There is a saying, if you don't ask, you don't get. So now that you're asking, would like to request the Vaishnavas to help what Prabhupada has started in Tennessee. Murari Seva. Murari Seva.
Please help us.
Did you hear her plea? Yes?
Yes, please.
No, you just heard, but you have to do something about it. Practical. Whatever help you can do. It'll be beneficial for you. Especially the cows. If you want to go back to Goloka Vrindavan, which is our goal according to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we should follow in the footsteps of the Brajabasis. They are the best example because how they love Krishna is unlimited and unconditional. We have to learn how to love the cows. Go Loka, planet of the cows. How can we go to planet of the cows? We have to start here, on the planet of Earth. Okay? Hare Krishna. Huh? There you go. Just the beginning. How many more here would like to give? Please see her, okay? Give your life, not just your money. That is most important. Hare Krishna.
Daya karo more, Om Bina Hare Kahayo, Jagat
Somewhere here, I think, the brother of God. Morning night, please. Oh, brother of God, the blue in there, he's here.
Someone's hiding here. It's not us. Yes, behind the devotees, all devotees.
Check him out.
Check him out.
Someone has to find Raghunath Das.
It's Raghunath Das. Check him.
He's over there.
Look behind Sri Prabhupada hiding.
Bring him out.
Check him out.
Oh, mercy, brother. Please.
No mercy for the thieves.
He would head in my car.
Oh, Master, here, Raghunath Das.
Thank you, my dear Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. He is one of my eternal associates. I am Sri Nityananda Prabhu, and I am here in Panihati Dham with my dearmost associates, like Abhiram Thakur, like Uddharan Thakur, like Parmeshwar, like Gadadhar Das, like Meena Ketana Ram Das, like Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. There is a very special devotee here in the Panihati Dham, but he's hiding. But my dear secretary, Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj, has detected him. Raghunath Das, come here. You thief! You have been hiding behind. Come here. Come here. Show yourself to all of us. And while Raghunath Das is coming here, my dear devotees, let me tell you a little bit about this thief, Raghunath Das. Look at his clothes. Look at his clothes. Look at the border of his kurta. He comes from a very wealthy family. Do you know the annual income of his father, Govardhan Majumdar? How much does the President of the United States make every year?
Too much.
Too less compared to Raghunath Das. He makes 800,000 every year. Not dollars, gold coins. Very rich. Only child of a very rich man, Govardhan Majumdar, and his uncle, Hiranya Majumdar. Very rich, very opulent. Very young boy. But he has tried to run away from home many times. All of you do not know this, but I know. Come here, Raghunath Das. I want to ask you some questions. Come here. You remember when you tried to run away from home? Your father caught you. Come here, come here. Come here. Don't be shy. These are all devotees. Haribo! Nitai Gaur Haribo! He tried to run away from home and his father, Govardhan Majumdar, caught him. Come here, come here. His father asked him, my dear child, Raghunath, I am giving you that opulence that the whole world is struggling for. They are foaming, the whole world is foaming and frothing at their mouths to get the opulence and facilities that I am giving him. His father told him. Money, servants, prestige, power, come here. Come here. Tell all of us what reply you gave to your father when your father asked you this question. Why are you running away from all this opulence that I am giving you? All these comforts and luxuries that the whole world is mad after I am giving you. It's yours. Thy bhak. But you are running away? What reply did you give? Tell all my devotees what reply you gave. Come here. Take this. I give you divine voice, so you can reach everyone.
Divine voice.
Tell everyone what reply you gave to your father for running away. Face them. Tell them.
Vancha kalpatarubhyascha Dear devotees of Panihati Gram, I want to reveal my heart today. I had darshan of Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu at Shantipur. I wanted to run away with him. I wanted to be with him. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord of my life, told me I had to go back to family life. He told me, don't be a monkey renunciant. Don't be a Markata Vairaj. I followed his instruction and I came home. But my heart was always at the lotus feet of Sri Shashinandan Gaur Hari Mahaprabhu. My parents gave me the wealth of Indra. So many gold coins, and I am the only heir to the throne. They gave me a very beautiful wife. And every night I would try to run away. And my father and my uncle would catch me by ropes and bring me back to my house. And again, I would sleep outside the house just to find the opportune moment to run to the Lord of my life, Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu. But then every time I tried, they pulled me back. And at one point, I realized that I was trying to attain the lotus feet of Gauranga Mahaprabhu without the mercy of Nityananda around. And I understood, you can't approach God without a spiritual master. And here I am, dear Vaishnavas of Panihati Gram. No longer will I try on my own to go to Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu. I have come to sell my life and soul, my heart, my existence at the lotus feet of Nityananda Ram and his wonderful eternal associates like Srila Jayapataka. I want to show this to everyone for all times to come, that if you have the mercy of Nityananda Ram, then you will get Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But if you try on your own to get to Gauranga Mahaprabhu, bypassing Nityananda Ram, even if you're Raghunath Das, you will fail. So, by all of your mercy, and by the mercy of the associates of Nityananda, Sri Nityananda Ram here in Panihati has very lovingly accepted me at his lotus feet. I am very confident, I am very close to the lotus feet of my master, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. At this point, how will I know that I have received the mercy of Nityananda Ram? It is only when Nityananda Ram lovingly places his lotus feet on my head. In the presence of so many Vaishnavas, if Nityananda Ram doesn't place his lotus feet on my head, how will I know that I have gotten his mercy? So do you all want me to be delivered? Yeah!
to the transcendental words of my secretary. Danda. Yes, you have been given the punishment. Take the dust from the lotus feet of my secretary. Because the Lord of my life, Shri Shachinandan Gaurahari has said, Prabhu kahe Vaishnav seva nama sankirtan. Prabhu kahe Vaishnav seva nama sankirtan. Dui kara chida paave Shri Krishna charan. Prabhu kahe Vaishnav seva nama sankirtan. Prabhu kahe Vaishnav seva nama sankirtan. Dui kara chida paave Shri Krishna charan. The way to attain the lotus feet of Sri Shachinandan Gaurahari is to serve his devotees. And better than serving Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's devotees is to serve the devotees of the servant of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So these are all my devotees. You see, all the residents of Panihati Dham, they are my devotees, headed by Sri Raghav Pandit. I give you the punishment because thieves are to be punished, and you are a thief. You have been hiding there like a thief. Thieves keep distance. So the punishment for you is you have to tell us first why you were trying to run away from home. You did not answer my question. My question was, your father gave you so much opulence, so many comforts and luxuries, servants, loving family members, money, big palace, the most beautiful, chaste, qualified wife. But why were you trying to run away from the shackles of material existence? You have to explain. I want all my devotees to understand why Raghunath Das was trying to run away from that towards which the whole world is running. Explain.
O dear Nityananda Ram, by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, I realized in my heart the shallow nature of this world. How much wealth can I enjoy after all? How much association of my wife can I enjoy after all? How fickle, how temporary, how impermanent are material sense objects. But the Lord of my life, Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, is bestowing that which is beyond time and space. In this human form, which is temporary and full of miseries, wise are those who give up sense objects and run for the ultimate well-being. Krishna prema prapti. Prema dhana bina vyartha daritra jivan. Without Krishna prema, our life is poverty-stricken. O Nityananda Ram, this is why I gave up everything that I had. Those who don't have it, they run towards it. And for all times to come, devotees, with raised arms I proclaim, even if you have all of this, it's insignificant compared to the joy of serving Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu and his eternal associates. This is why I gave up everything in an attempt to run to Jagannath Puri to be with my Lord, Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu.
I am Nityananda Ram. I am not different from Balaram. Sarva avatari Krishna Swayam Bhagavan. Sahara Dvitiya Deha Shri Balaram. And I, Nityananda Ram, am not different from Balaram. Brajendra Nandana Jai Shachi Sudha Hoilo Sei. Balarama Hoilo You see this beautiful river flowing? I am Balaram. I am a cowherd boy. I am from Vrindavan. And this is the Yamuna.
Yamuna
I am a cowherd boy, and all my associates are cowherd boys. We like to sit on the bank of Yamuna and eat picnic. Srila Prabhupada writes picnic in Krishna book. We like to enjoy our picnic on the banks of Yamuna. You are a wealthy young boy. You have come with so many servants and money. As your punishment, you have to observe the Chida Dahi festival. We are simple cowherd boys. Just give us some chipped rice. I'm not even asking you for rice. Just chipped rice, some yogurt and some fruits. You feed us and we'll be happy. And then I will bless you to attain the position of the servant of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You will become Gaurangera Dasamui. Gaurangera Das. Gaurangera Dasamui Sarata I will make you the servant of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's secretary, Sri Sarup Damodar Goswami. You go to Sri Nilachal Dham, Jagannath Puri Dham, and there you will attain the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the most esoteric, intimate, deep Leela, the Ante Leela. You will be the first-hand witness. You will be trained by Sri Sarup Damodar Goswami. I give you this benediction, but you must serve all my devotees by having the Chida Dahi festival. Can you do that?
Yes, definitely, O Nityananda Ram. Please tell me, how should I do this? What are some things that I should have in these pots?
First, you have to take the dust from the lotus feet of Srila Jayapataka Swami.
Lotus feet.
Prabhu Ragya.
Just by the touch of the dust of the lotus feet of
Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Yes. So how to make the Chida Dahi? Only one person can tell you here. This person was personally trained by my secretary, Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. There are only two people I am afraid of. At home I am afraid of my wife. And in the temple I am afraid of Mahaguna Mataji. You have to ask how to make the festival. Mahaguna Mataji. She will tell you how to make the chip rice.
What are some ingredients, Mataji? Please help me.
Thank you. I think he made me lose my voice. Okay. I cannot explain in one word. So if you can relax, I will take a little time and I will give you explanation of these beautiful celebration today. So I beg you to peacefully take some time. And if you have to cry, that's also okay. So, since I've been given this honor to present, before we do, I like to always, now that Maharaj is here, he can hear, but now we need to let Paniyati Gandha Mahotsav festival. We need to have Nityananda and the real expansion of Nityananda and Raghunath to hear. So, when I say Nityananda, what will you all say? No. Raghunath. Okay, so we'll try to ask our Guru Maharaj to say Nityananda. No. This will be the Maharaj or myself will say Nityananda. And you will say? Just what happened to our expansion. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Nityananda.
I wanted to just take a little time and I want to ask all of you, if you really like what you see, you're going to say so loudly, Haribol, that even Nityananda immediately will come and expand here. So do you all like what you see? Okay, do you all want me to explain something? Okay, so we're going to start from the left, but before I start, so before I start, this year, as much as we want to do chip rice and yogurt, it's called chida and dahi. Can I request you please, Hare Krishna? Hare Bol. Are you okay? I thought Raghunath was the one who collapsed it. Okay. So, I wanted to tell you that today we have a very unique festival here. Never before done, even in our new Panyatidam. And what is so unique about it? Well, we want to make sure that devotees don't waste prasadam. That's number one. Number two, we want you to take this prasadam, if you get a pot, and you want to take it home, you should be able to take home. Typically, all the pots are made with chida, dahi, and kheer. So there are pots that are made only from kheer, 6 flavors. Some that are representing the eastern fruits and nuts, then western fruits, things that Prabhupada likes, and these kind of things. And we also have diabetic-friendly pots. But that's not there in Newport. They eat sweets and everything. Then we also have yogurt that is got mixed with fruits and dry fruits, dry nuts, and all kinds of citrus type of fruits, and that's also made with yogurt. And that is also there. We have 6 flavors, same principle, representing the whole world. The third thing we have is salty. That's also 6 flavors. Now, we have a little bit more innovation here, basically because of what His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj did so many years ago. We have South Indian style chip rice festival, chip rice. Then we have Italian. Then we have Mexican. So we are representing the world. And then we have traditional, which is done in Bengal. Then we have Cajun spice, because we have New Talawan representing New Talawan Ki. And then we have Murari Farm, so we represent all the western there. So Murari Farm Ki. So 6 flavors. So I know all these are different flavors, you will see. But what is the difference from last year to this year? So you should say, what's the difference from last year to this year? So last year, many of you wasted the pots. So this year, we are not going to waste the pots. Why? Because 50% of this, we have created a special filling. It's made with puppies and different kinds of edibles. And then we have decorated the pots, and you have, so that the food filled with sweets, fruits, and flowers, all kinds of decor that will not go bad. So I do not want to see any pots wasted there. Then we have the other pots that are filled with regular chip rice and yogurt. So that's the difference. But, can I start with that? Yeah? Okay, so you heard the story. Are you all very inspired now? On a scale of 1 to 10, if you're inspired, like 10 is higher, then give me a Haribol. Okay, so we'll start with this pot. Do you see this Jagannath pot? I want everybody to be quiet for a minute and then just see what the magic happens. The pots that you see in the front, this is the auction pot. This pot is a very unique pot. And we need to give a shout out to all who contributed to the pot, whether they did the decor or did all kinds of hard work. But I want to specifically call out this Mataji, Anita Mataji. Guess what? She created this canopy. So give her a big round of applause. And this pot does not have the chip price, but it has the all things, everything's here. So we'll start the auction. We'll explain all and then we'll auction. So please think about it. When you auction, you're gonna get this Ratha Yatra card and this entire pot. Okay? So, and you got a remote control also, I'll give you. Now, what you see there is called the Danda Mahotsav pot. Now, this Danda Mahotsav pot, if you see, in Bengal, Nityananda likes Mishti Doi, right? That's Mishti Doi there. And there it is, it's the main theme of our festival this year is Paniyati, forest, that kind of a vibe. And so we have this whole thing where you will see how the deities are just like in the waterfall, in the banks of the Paniyati, and that's where you see this Danda Mahotsav pot. So this is like a unique pot. And this pot, because it is the Paniyati Danda Mahotsav, it has, yeah, it is. No, I will show you the Mishti Doi. Not yogurt, Mishti Doi. If you are a Bengali, you know what it is. Go find a Bengali. And then, those paintings are all done by devotees, if you see there. Special things, very intricate. And you get to take it home for the right price. And then, I will show you there. What you see there is Gauranitai pot, and each of these pots will depict what is happening. If you look at it, this is a complete Danda Mahotsav painting, and it will have, if you look at it, all over painted. And that one is Radha Krishna, and that one also is not having any chip price. But this definitely has chip price, 100% guaranteed. And there you will see that because Krishna likes peacock, so because in the forest there's a lot of peacock, you will see we have made cupcakes from peacock. They're real cupcakes. You can eat them. Wow. Everything that I have there, you can eat them. The feathers are also edible, no onion, no garlic, everything. And then, there, in the end is Radha Krishna pot. You see how it is rotating? Because Krishna is a universal. So these are real Krishna. So Krishna is rotating, and he's rotating on a peacock, and that's a real pot. You can use it at home. So these are some unique, and there is no chip price. Now, please pay attention to this small table.
I told Mahaluna that all over the world they were imitating the Iskcon Temple here. And UK in London, they have a bottle chida which spins around. This is a challenge. I must make new Paniyati Dal Retro the best in the world.
Okay, did you understand? Did you? Yeah, I'll say what. So, my Guru Maharaj was going to the doctor and he called me. I want to know what you're doing for the festival. I said, I can't tell you. He said, what do you mean? I said, it's a surprise. And he says, okay, just call me and surprise me on the phone. And then I said, how can? Then he says, well, you know, Melbourne did like this, and you know, they did like this. And then I said, I had to meditate. I couldn't challenge him on the call. Then I said, what will I do? Then I said to Guru Maharaj another time when he called him through his secretary, I said, nobody can ever imitate Paniyati, can they? No. No, only 3-4 people are saying no. Can anybody imitate Paniyati? No. Nobody can do what we do here. Yes? Yes. So I said, this is just the initial creation. Next year, it's going to be even more something else. So Guru Maharaj, if you want to keep coming, we cannot have anybody to be any more better than Paniyati, because this is the original Paniyati after the Paniyati in India. So, continuing in that, if you see those peacocks are all there, I want to turn this table, your attention to this pot. Now, we have always had Dandabotsav. I thought, what can we do something different? This year, we have a Nitai Raghu pot. What does that mean? When we do the auction, Nitai and Raghu are tied to the hips, right? You saw the drama. So if anybody buys Nitai, they have to get Raghu. They will get Raghu automatically. Raghunath does. So that's one part. And then there is the other part. Jagannath says, how can you leave me alone? I also want to be part of this Paniyati. So then we have this nice Mataji, very young girl, Radha, where is she? Radha Vallabha? Yeah. She created this pot. It is one of a kind. Never in your life you'll ever have this again. This is, because Krishna is so happy about this whole pot, Lord Jagannath, now we have a Jagannath Gaura pot there. So one of a kind. Now, one more trick. Anybody is a special prize, because this is a special festival. Any pot you buy in the auction for the highest bidder, you're going to have this unique gift, not from me, not even from Maharaj, but Maharaj will present it, but Lord Nityananda. Nityananda came and told our devotees, we need to give this. So, having said that, any questions before we begin the auction? That's the gift. Do you tell what the gift is? Okay, so Guru Maharaj, do we have your permission to start the auction? But you say yes and I agree.
Oh, yes.
Okay, we're going to start with the Danda Mahotsav pots because this is Danda Mahotsav, okay? I have lost my voice, so I'm really begging you all to please understand this is so important. This is a beauty, one of a kind. Now, we're not going to repeat this again because you're going to get... So, the first starting bid on this pot is 2,001. Starting bid. So, can we have anybody who wants to take the mercy of Lord Nityananda and the mercy of His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj? Let's start the bidding. You get the whole pot. No, this is what you, in the IT world it's called Vizivek. What you see is what you get. So, who wants to bid this pot? $2,001. Okay, Haribo! Nitai Pran Prabhu ki! The first mercy from Nitai is coming to Nitai Pran. From Danda Mahotsav, he cannot get, yes Prabhu. Yes. How much? 2,500. Next page. 2,500.
2,601.
Whoa! Panyati in Dallas. And there is he hiding. Right there. Stand up. And they got a pot, $5,000. We cannot. This pot got it. Yes.
At this auction, on behalf of Guru Maharaj.
Yes.
Guru Maharaj, I'm just sponsoring.
Yes, yes. So we'll make yours 3,500? Yes! $3,501 each. Okay, I'm still short 1,500. I can't, we can't go below that. Come on. Come on. Guru Maharaj, you have to help me here. Next, 5,000. So, do I have a next bid? Okay, he says to drop a little bit. 4,001. Do I have a 4,001? Okay. Nityananda. Let's do Nityananda till I get a bid. Nityananda. Do I have a 4,000? Gauranga. Gauranga. 4,000. Do I have a 4,000? I am not going to go less than 4,000.
Are you all tired? Can you raise both your hands? Let me see if I can see you all the way. Please keep your hands up. Let's see. Together, go! Take another deep breath. Nityananda! I didn't know this story, but Jayapataka told me this story yesterday. That before he used to give this box for free. Did you know that? No. See, there's so many things you didn't know. And he told me that his mother has been watching him do this festival. And she came here and observed the Manihati festival. And she saw the ecstasy of the devotees. And she was completely blown away by the ecstasy of the devotees. And she suggested to him, why don't you ask the devotees, why don't you auction these pots? And that the devotees who are already in the mood of celebrating this inner spiritual ecstasy, they will even celebrate it more. So this is when the pot auctioning concept comes through here in Yupanihati Dham. So Jayapataka Maharaj was advised by his mother to expand the ecstasy of Sri Nityananda Prabhu Ki. So who is feeling ecstatic?
Yes, who's raised their hand? Anybody else? 4,001. Do I have a 4,001? Going once? Yes! Hari Bol! What was the big 5,500 one? Srinivas? 4,000 already we got. So you are 5,000. 5,001? 4,500. Okay, 4,000. Come on, go, Krishna.
Nityananda Ram Jaya! Nityananda Ram! Nityananda Ram Jaya! Nityananda Ram! Why Nityananda Ram?
Okay, that's 500 more. 500 more. We have to beat them. We have to beat Dallas. This is friendly competition. 5,101. 5,101. What? Okay, who is that? Okay, who do I have for 5,100, 101 going once? We gotta do that. 10-year-old bid $5,000 on behalf of his dad. So his dad, okay, I'll make it easy. We'll take installment plan. I just need your social security number. Okay, do I have 5,101? I can take in 2 installments. Go Kishore, you're doing 5,101? You can do it. You have so much energy from Nityananda.
Nitai Gauranga.
So we're going to get this moving. 5,101. Do I have a last bid? Srinivas? Yes, you can do it. Haribol! Okay. 5,101 going once. 5,101 going twice. Okay, so. I request Srinivas to come and collect he will just take the blessings. You can come and collect the pot. Devotees can take the pot from this side and give it to them. The 2 very strong devotees are here. Here is the gift, Guru Maharaj. This is the Mahaprasadam.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Just giving the space to come in. Please.
This is the Mahaprasadam skirt. So Maharaj will give and you will get the pot as well. So can somebody from the temple write down Srinivas' number? I know he's not a stranger. He also sponsored the limousine. So let us give him a big Haribol. This is the Mahaprasadam DP dress from Lord Nityananda. And we're going to start with Lord Jagannath part. Who wants the part of Lord Jagannath? Okay, what do I have? Every class, in another few minutes, we'll get all the prasadam. So let's do one long time and encourage God Krishna to come and pick up this part for $3,001.
Hare Rama
Hare Krishna. Can everybody, if you're not getting initiated, we'd like to have you move back a little bit more and move to the side. Those who are getting initiated, only those who are getting initiated should sit up front.
Saraswati Devi,
So today is the auspicious day.
We are very happy annual festival.
Because today we are celebrating the end of Pani Happy Festival.
And
annual.
We have the Adivas, we have the Rajapta, we have the Swami Happy, festival.
And we had the Adivas, we had the Yatra, and we had the Panipati festival.
We also had Prabhupada, Leela Smarana.
We also had Srila Prabhupada, Leela Smarana.
And many other things.
And so many other things.
And now we're having a concluding initiation.
So right now we're having a concluding initiation.
The purpose of initiation is to render devotional service to Sunday Dahi, to Radha Mahan,
The purpose of initiation is to render devotional service to Sri Gaur Nitai, to Sri Radha Madan Mohan, to Jagannath Baldev Subhadra, and Sudarshan Chakra.
Normally, people are bound up by the law of karma.
So normally people are bound up by the laws of karma.
And as they engage in different activities, they have to take the good and the karma.
So as they engage in different activities, they have to take both the good and the bad karma.
Bhagavad Gita has explanation about karma, vikarma, and akarma.
In Bhagavad Gita, there is explanation of karma, vikarma, and akarma.
Well, we are forced in the material world to do some vikarma.
So we are forced in the material world to do some vikarma,
even though we may not want to.
even though we may not want to.
What if we are doing all our service for Krishna, that's akarma.
But if we are doing all our service for Krishna, then that is akarma.
That doesn't produce any result.
That doesn't produce any result.
Otherwise, people are conditioned so that while they're living in one body, they form another body.
Otherwise, people are conditioned. They are performing in one body, and they're leaving to another body.
I'll be happy if I was richer, I was more beautiful, or that's material desire.
I'll be happy if I was more richer, I was more beautiful. They're always desiring other things.
And actually, devotional service means to be happy that we can serve Krishna.
Actually, devotional service means we should be happy if we can serve Krishna.
And the whole purpose of life is around service offered to Lord Krishna.
The whole purpose in life is service offered to Krishna.
That is the actual secret of success.
That is the actual secret of success.
So he said, be very careful, do everything to please Krishna.
So we should be very careful to do everything to please Krishna.
This way, there's no reaction.
So in this way, there is no reaction.
We can go back to the spiritual world.
And we can go back to the spiritual world.
So we can serve Krishna eternally.
There we can serve Krishna eternally.
This world is a world of birth and death.
This world is a world of birth and death.
And if we do things, rather please Krishna, that's a totally different action.
Rather, if we do things that please Krishna, that is completely different action.
For instance, like Prabhupada said, he wanted in 1973 on his behalf Puja in London.
Actually, Prabhupada said in 1973 on his Vyasa Puja in London,
He wanted all his Grihastha followers to become Paramahamsas.
he wanted all his Grihastha followers to become Paramahamsas.
They're devotees.
pure devotees.
And then he said he was, as we say, the Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur.
And he said he was initiated by Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur,
Who was a great Acharya,
who was a great Acharya,
and he was a son of Bhakti Thakur.
and he was a son of Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur.
So he requested that all the Vyasa devotees should have Acharyas as children.
So he requested all the Grihastha devotees to have Acharyas as children. Haribol!
There's a lot of Acharyas.
We need a lot of Acharyas.
So Prabhupada said all these encouraging words
So Srila Prabhupada said all these encouraging words
and much more.
and much more.
You should listen to that, lecture from that.
You can listen to that lecture sometime.
And I told my secretary that I was brief.
I was told by my secretary that I will speak very brief.
So I don't say more on that lecture.
So I won't say any more in the lecture.
But we hope that the devotees will take this human birth as a positive gift.
We hope that we will take this human birth as possible gift
from Lord Krishna,
from Lord Krishna,
so we can engage voluntarily in devotional service.
that we can engage voluntarily in devotional service.
And that in human life, most people, they don't really develop their relationship with Krishna very much.
In human life, most people don't really develop their relationship with Krishna very much.
I find Prabhupada explained in a very simple way that people they act piously and around a million become gyanis.
One time Srila Prabhupada explained very simply that people act very piously, or those who act piously, of them among millions, one becomes a jnani.
Right.
Out of a million, one becomes a jnani.
That they actually want to understand what is the purpose of life, what is the nature of the Atma, the soul.
That one understands what is the purpose of life, what is the nature of the soul, what is the nature of Atma.
And 1 out of a million is Jnani, and out of 1 million Jnanis, one becomes a liberated soul.
Out of a million jnanis, one becomes a liberated soul. Mukta.
That he or she actually understands and realizes become liberated.
He or she actually understands and then really becomes liberated.
Out of 1,000, a million of those liberated souls, one becomes or is a devotee.
Out of millions of muktas, one becomes a devotee, a bhakta.
So, Varas, Kalis, Gyanis, Muktas, Bhaktas.
So pious karmis, jnanis, muktas, and then bhakta.
Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has made it very easy.
So Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has made it very easy.
One Thai have made our path very simple.
So Gaunitai have made this path very simple.
And Prabhupada was explaining how we chant, and then it means we already have gone through processes of sacrifice, charity,
Sri Prabhupada was explaining very simply how when we chant, we have already gone through the process of sacrifices, austerity, penances, etc.
one devotee asked, I was back in my life. I had no pious things like that.
But one devotee asked, that I look at my life, I don't think I had any pious credits.
Another good yoga, another good charity, I was a very simple person.
I never did yoga, I never gave charity. I was a very sinful person.
How did I get Krishna consciousness?
How did I get Krishna consciousness?
So what is that?
Srila Prabhupada replied,
I made your good fortune for you.
I made your good fortune for you. Srila Prabhupada ki.
So Rava was the soothing mercy of the Tagore on very night.
Srila Prabhupada was distributing the mercy of Gaur Nitai and Nitai Gaur.
It's like there's a special sale on like what they call it, Friday.
Black Friday.
Black Friday.
So like that, there's a special sale, just like Black Friday.
Everybody goes crazy buying. Oh,
Everybody is crazy buying. Yeah.
this is the time to get your discount on Lord Chaitanya.
This is a time to get your discount from Lord Chaitanya.
It's the golden era,
This is the golden era,
not the Black Friday.
not the Black Friday.
So, you hope that you all strictly stay in the devotional service and achieve all that success in the human life.
So we hope you all stay in this devotional service and achieve all the success in spiritual life. Hare Krishna.
Pujaris, Prabhu, do we have some flowers for the shelter and aspirant? Can you bring some flowers for me? So aspirant candidates, can you come forward? Yeah, aspirant candidates, you should be chanting minimum 16, less than, any number of rounds, less than 16. And following minimum 1 round, or 2, 3, up to 15. And then you should be at least following minimum 1 principle. This is aspiring. Shelter, you should be chanting 16 rounds and following 4 principles. So that's for the shelter candidates. So now we call the aspirants. I think there are 3 or 4 names. Please. Yeah, and the age is, they should be minimum of 8 years old and above. Any number. Please come forward quickly. Only her? There was another boy. We counted total 5, I think. If you're still here, please come forward. How old are you, Mami? 11. What about you, Prabhu? 10 years old. Where is your parents? Parents are here, okay. So you approve the aspirant? Okay, fine. That's your daughter or son? Okay, your daughter. Okay, fine. So now please repeat after me, okay? Om Adhyana Vinirandasya Jnananjana Salataya Chakshu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Vacharine Vishesha Punyavadi Asyatya Sakarine Desa Puspanjali Jayapataka Swami Gurave Namaha. Now for your flowers, then go and pay obeisances to the deities. And Srila Prabhupada. To deities and as well as to Srila Prabhupada. Next, the shelter candidates come forward. Shelter candidates, you have to be chanting minimum 16 rounds and following further with the principles. And also please download the checklist. The checklist has got all the information how to prepare yourself for Harinam initiation. This is to avoid you to have a shock. Don't come one day before the initiation and then tell us we don't know the rules. So now, yeah, give them the flowers. And you have to send your information. If the office doesn't have your information for taking shelters, then you may face trouble in taking Harinam initiation. So please repeat after me. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Jayapataka Swami Iti Namine Nama Acharya Padaya Nitai Kripa Pradayine Gaurakata Ramadaya Nagara Grama Karine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Desa Puspanjali Sri Jayapataka Swami Gurave Namaha. Now offer your flowers and then pay obeisances to the deities and Srila Prabhupada and then take your seat. Don't touch the food. You can pay obeisances to the deities. If there's no space, you can go back and pay obeisances there. You don't need to pay obeisances. Next will be Harinam initiation. Chida.
The first one, Payal Das.
Please be quiet so we can hear.
Please pay attention. Her name is Param Pavani Shama Devi Dasi. Parampavani Shyama Devi Dasi ki Please pay attention, otherwise you will not be able to remember their names.
Rajesh Perumal Nami. Husband and wife should come together.
Yes, husband and wife should come together. He's making Nami.
Maharaj is giving you the name Rasaraj Vraja Krishna Das. Please celebrate a little louder.
Next one is Kalyani. Husband and wife together.
Husband and wife together. Closer, closer.
Later.
Initiation time.
Are you all ready? Yes. Mataji's name, Maharaj is giving her Karunamayi Varuni Devi Dasi. And Prabhu's name is Rama. Haribol, please be quiet. Karunamayi Rama Karunesha Das Prabhu. Please bear with me, I'm doing this first time. So when you talk, I get a little oversensitive. So please help me out. Sanjana, please come on up. She is celebrating her 13th birthday. She has taken her life, spiritual life, very seriously. And Maharaj is giving her the name Shanti Rupa Ranga Devi Dasi.
Also, she is doing Bhakti Shastri Bhagavad Mahavidyalaya. Guru Maharaj, please bless.
Anita Goyal. Husband, please bring your husband. Yep, that means you have to bring Krishna with. And Maharaj is giving you the name. Get closer to Maharaj when he's pulling you. Ananda Prada Indulekha Devidasi. I couldn't hear you. Kunal Prabhu.
Your wife is in?
Mataji.
This was second.
So are you all paying attention?
Yes.
His name is Krishna Aravindaksha Das.
Nrsinga Chattopadhyay Chatterjee. Your wife is there?
Please hold it with two hands. Can you all hear?
Very clear.
Narasimha Pralada Ishwara Das Prabhu. you'll be surprised to know when you glorify the Vaishnavas, you'll make tremendous amount of spiritual sukriti, spiritual gain. So whenever they get a name, please scream as loud as possible. What do you scream? Thank you. Muhammad Prabhu. Mataji. Hold it with two hands. Mataji, please touch his shoulders. Can you all hear me? His name is Madhava Nimai Prabhu. Das. Madhava Nimai Das. Thank you for the correction. He is a professor at University of Alabama in Birmingham. Rupa Raghunandan. If you have your husband, please bring him.
Give some space for.
Closer, two hands. So Maharaj is naming her Rupa Bhakti Radha Devi Dasi.
Charurupa Vishwanathan.
Charurupa Vishwanathan.
Next, Shivakumar Narasimhan.
Two hands. Maharaj is naming you Narasimha Leela Chaitanya Das Prabhu.
There's one on Zoom also. Vanaja Narayan.
Vanaja Narayan, this initiation is being done over Zoom.
The husband and wife.
Husband and wife, they're together on Zoom.
The wife's name is Vanaja.
And the wife's name is, Mataji, are you paying attention? Please look at Maharaj. Maharaj is naming her Vanaja Tulasi Devi Dasi. She is a little elderly, that's why, if you're wondering. 76 years young. One more Mataji's name is missing.
Okay. There's one more. PK Narayan. Okay. While we do that, I have one more.
Jnana Prita Mataji. Two hands. Are you all paying attention? Gokula Priya Madhavi Devi Dasi.
Initiation candidates, please reconfirm your vows that you took during your Harinam initiation. Just raise your hand. Haribo. Okay.
Prabhus must raise both hands, Mataji's one hand. Mataji's raise one hand, and Prabhus must raise both hands.
Okay, thank you. Now we request the devotees, Brahmin, Harinam, go for the yajna.
So the yajna will be done in front of the temple. The front porch, we just cleaned it up, mopped it, rearranged everything because there was a possibility of rain. And I'm not sure how much you would enjoy doing yajna in the rain. So therefore it has been shifted to the front of the temple. So everyone who's getting initiated, both Brahmana and first initiation, must attend the fire ceremony.
Thank you, Vedasat Prabhu.
Requesting devotees to not use this door to go out.
Okay, so thank you, Prabhu, for the beautiful reminder. Those of you who have left your padukas in front of the temple, it has been very carefully shifted, relocated. So you go out this door and you come around and it will be waiting outside of this door right here. It has not been washed with sandalwood paste. Shortage of supply.
Okay, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
For those who are getting Brahman initiated, please pay attention. This is for everyone, because in case the Brahman initiates forget what the instructions are, you can help them out. So please pay attention. So those of you who are getting Brahman initiated, after the fire ceremony, you must go to the building next door, and the mantra will be given to you next door. The mantra will be the building, which is a brick building, is red in color, and that is where Maharaj is staying. So you must come there to the lobby.
Guru Maharaj ki Shri Radha Madan Mohan Ji ki Shri Gaur Nitai ki Karnath Balabhadra Subhadra Maharani ki Sadguru Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Gaur Premanandi.
Awesome.
Jai.